Please take your seats. We're going to be starting shortly. Please set your phones to vibration mode. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Agency of Promotion of Private Investment welcomes you to the PPP Talks, Strategic Alliances Strengthening the Social Infrastructure to Improve Lives. So this morning, we have the presence of the Ministry of Economy and Finances, Mr. José Arista Abildo, the Executive Director of Proinversión, José Salarde Rodríguez, and the Minister of Construction and Sanitation, Mr. Cristian Barante Bravo. We also have the representatives of BID in Peru, Tomás López Teixeira, moderators, panelists, assistants, and followers already connected through the platform to watch live this transmission. We greet all of you. Welcome. So today we're going to have an agenda which will enable us to foster a forum for dialogue and exchange of experiences between the private and public sectors about the importance of developing social infrastructure of quality, considering the APP modality in LATAM and the Caribbean. So without further ado, welcome Mr. Minister of Economy and Finances from Peru, Mr. José Arista Arbildo. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Tomás López Teixeira, representative of BID in Peru, Mr. José Antonio Salarde, the Executive Director of Proinversión, all of our friends, panelists, fellow speakers. Good morning to all of you. The truth is, I feel very fortunate to partake in this event, which is part of the preparatory activities for the organization of the PPP Americas 2025, which is the leading forum between public and private associations in Latin America. And furthermore, I am very fortunate because this is the first time that Peru will be the host city, the host country rather, for this event in April next year. And I extend my invitation to all of you. As all of you know, allow me to just remind you about the APPs, the public and private associations, or PPAs in English. These are contractual relationships between public entities, that is the government, and private entities. The objective is to manage and develop projects of public interest, sharing risks, and sharing resources. Now, these relationships enable us to, first of all, share risks and resources, like I mentioned. And this type of associations, usually they will enable us to attain a shared financing source from public and private sources. And furthermore, we can share knowledge and we can share experience with those partnerships. They enable us to improve the efficiency and the quality of public services. They enable us, through the private investment source, to tackle public interest projects. Because, of course, the public sector has to use its scarce resources to conduct public projects, and we can touch a much bigger reach in this way. And we can also reduce the financial burden for the public sector by building a quick infrastructure and put that at the disposal of the population. In Peru, we have a deficit of infrastructure in the order of $150 million. It's a very large market. And that's why in Pro Inversión, we have our executing arm, so to say. So this year, we are going to conclude with $8 billion. We're going to have different kinds of initiatives, everything from transportation works all the way to electricity, water related works. So it's a very large list. And the PPAs in general, they work in sectors like infrastructure, public services, transportation, education, technology. So more and more, I think we are going to touch an even broader scope in terms of that type of public and private initiatives. And these partnerships can have different shapes and forms, such as concessions, joint ventures, or service contracts. Finally, what is clear is that the objective is to attain synergy between the private and public sectors to have a mutual benefit and above all else to cater to the interests of the population. In Peru, we have some very important examples of those types of partnerships. I'm going to mention just a few. For example, from a port perspective. In Peru today, we have 8 concession ports with investments that go in the hundreds of millions, and it enables us to export 6x more in the last few years. Since 2001 to 2020, the exportations increased quite a bit, and it went from 17 million tons that we exported initially to 48 million tons in terms of cargo. Now, the energy sector is yet another example. It also contributed with 27 projects of concession transmission lines for over 3 billion in investment, which enables us to have 30,000 kilometers of power lines. We also have some successful experiences in the sanitation sector with treatment plants for wastewater that enable us to treat wastewater produced in the city of Lima from 21%, which was the number we had in 2012, to 80%, which is the number in 2016. And furthermore, it will reach 90%. So these treatment plants have benefited over 7 million people. All the same, the PPAs have played a key role to provide quality services, like I said, in different sectors. In the healthcare sector, for example, and education, we have investments to the tune of 97 million in the Barcelona hospitals and also in the Kelling hospitals. Combined, the capacity is over 200 beds. And here in the private sector, we are also in charge of providing management for healthcare with a high quality service being provided to the thousands of patients that depend on the public healthcare system. And also, we have very good results in Cusco and other cities in the country. We expect to start some new works in 2025 with over $60 million in investment. So these examples clearly show the potential that we have with the PPA mechanism to cover this gap, which at times becomes very complicated, whether it's by the amount of investment that is available, but also due to the sheer complexity that we face to solve problems in a sustainable way, problems that really affect the quality of life of our people. One such example is a concession that I think happened in May this year, and that's going to combine, if I'm not mistaken, 10 to 11 districts in Lima. It's going to start in San Borja. It's a very complex project because you have to deal with the different terrain. And at this moment, we already have housing in some of the terrains. So we're going to have to do expropriations and relocations. And there is a legal framework that we are working on. And Pro Inversión is definitely going to keep tabs with the winner of the tender until the very end of the construction of the project, because it used to be that people would get the concession and that would be delivered to the company to conduct the construction work, and the company would have to deal with all the hurdles, with all the problems, with all the complexity, and all the challenges that exist when it comes to executing such a project. As a consequence, at times the winner of the concession would have very serious challenges. At other times we would have to change the cost midway through the project. So now at this moment we're going to keep tabs, we're going to monitor and be partners in the execution. Now these examples clearly show the sheer potential that we have in the PPA mechanism, like I said, to cover a gap that is very hard to cover. And today we have a portfolio this year in 2024, roughly 20 projects that combine to roughly 3 billion in infrastructure in water, sanitation, education, healthcare to continue to contribute to covering this gap. But this is not yet enough. It is not enough. We need to continue to invest. We need to continue to invest in infrastructure. Just like I said, we have a very large gap, over $150 billion in total, which is the deficit. We need more in infrastructure, we need more in healthcare, we need more in water and sanitation. So this, again, is a very challenging scenario. Now, in the Ministry of Economy and Finance, we are going towards this direction. So we are facilitating this type of project. We are trying to make it easier for the concession companies, and we are aware of the fact that this type of project requires a few changes, a few permanent and normative changes. So you have to maintain the ongoing model. We need to improve our processes. We need to simplify for the PETAR, which is another sort of projects, which is the wastewater treatment plant or even schools. At times, our legal framework is not designed to tackle this problem or that problem. So we need to do some very important changes in the system. Our commitment with the economy ministry is to coordinate with Proinversión and to continue to focus on our portfolio and make sure that they come to fruition within the deadline, within the budget, and also in the expected quality, to make sure that we can put that at the population's disposal. And again, this event is a great forum for exchange of experiences. And at the end of the day, I hope that we can enrich the discussion. I hope we can contribute with our experience and, of course, with the mistakes that are unavoidably made during this process. Well, again, thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me. I'm very happy to have given this initial address, just a few words for the inauguration of the event, but I express my desire that this event can be very productive to all of us. And hopefully, all of us will be able to gain from all the experiences that are surely to be shared this day to improve our systems, to improve our processes, and enjoy all this knowledge being imparted and avoid, like I said, some mistakes and setbacks that are sure to happen and are sure to cost very highly on such government projects and private projects. And at the end of the day, this is all money from the taxpayer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for your valuable contribution. Now we're going to hear from Mr. José Antonio Salardi Rodriguez, the Executive Director of Proinversión, Peru. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Minister, I greet Mr. Minister, representatives of the BID, everyone from the private sector here present. Last year, we were in Panama, and we talked about the possibility of conducting this important event in Latin America. In the sense, we are thankful for the confidence, and we're going to have the event on April in Peru. So today we have this PPP Talks #1, on which we are going to tackle some social infrastructure topics. We're going to hear from different panelists about the experiences that were learned that are going to enable us to do a better job developing healthcare and education. In Peru, we have made some progresses, but not enough. Like Mr. Minister said, we still have a long way to go to cover the gaps in our infrastructure to enable us to take a better quality service to our citizens. From a sanitation perspective, we did a lot of work in Lima. We heard from Mr. Minister. Little over a decade ago, we were able to improve considerably our sanitation treatment in the capital. And also, we have some very promising projects working in 4 districts in Lima. We have also taken some important steps. We have the maintenance of the Niño Hospital, which is definitely part of the process. We are going to have a first center that is going to be delivered, but we're still making progress on the execution side to be able to begin the works very soon. However, our portfolio is still very interesting, very important for the future of the country. In sanitation, we have over 20 projects, all of them geared towards closing the gaps on the urban side. So from a healthcare perspective, dozens of projects as well, and we're going to work on other regions as well. We have some important packages for the schools. We're going to have some additional intervention on the education side to make sure we can make progress in this and other sectors in the country with a proper maintenance operation. So PPPs, again, are crucial for the country. And for this gap, again, $150 billion for us to cover, for us to solve. And again, with the PPPs, we can really develop and do a better job improving our infrastructure, having more sustainability. Over 40 million have been invested already, and the idea is for us to make even more progress. And we estimate, as a matter of fact, by the end of the year, we're going to have an additional $1 billion in investment, and the objective is to conclude 2026 with over $20 billion in investment. And also having some projects on their way with similar amounts closer to the 20 billion mark. So again, Peru will still be a very important reference for this mechanism as it has been in the last few years, and we're all working hard for that. Welcome to this great event, which is so important for the exchange of experiences, for us to learn a little bit more about the projects in detail. We're also going to be together in November and February, virtually until the event in April next year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jose Salardi Rodriguez, Executive Director of ProInversión. Now we hand it over to Tomás López Teixeira, the representative of BID in Peru. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be present here today. For those that don't know me, actually, most of you don't know me because I've been only for 8 days on the job as a representative of the IADB in Peru, which is something that I appreciate and cherish dearly. And I look forward to work in this country and to reinstate our commitment with Peru, both from a private and public perspectives. I would also like to greet, of course, our minister, Jose Arista, with whom I had my first meeting exactly 8 years ago. Also, Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Christian Marantes Bravo, to the General Director of Investment Promotion, Mrs. Morales, and our Director of ProInversión, and my dear colleague, Miguel Coronado, the manager of the Department for the Andean countries on the IADB. So the challenges of infrastructure in terms of sustainability are very serious in our region, as well as the necessity of promoting the efficiency of the private system through those partnerships that can contribute to the social well-being. These challenges are dire in the region. I believe our minister said it very well. We have indeed made a lot of experiments. We have many cases, some of them successful, some of them not as much, which is key for us to share to make sure that we don't make mistakes as our minister said also very eloquently. So all the same, we have some very serious challenge as well as some very large opportunity if we invest in a sustainable, efficient way in our infrastructure. The benefit will be resilient according to the estimations, roughly $4 in benefit for every $1 invested in infrastructure for our society. So this is really a key pillar for our region. Also, according to the estimations of the IADB, to attain the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 in the Caribbean and Latin countries, we're going to have to cover a gap in all our region of roughly 2.2 billion. Sorry, trillion with a T. And this number translates into the necessity of developing our infrastructure in a more efficient way, including the wastewater treatment plants, ports, airports, and others. So for this much, there is a huge necessity to make social investment, which is one of the main pillars of our project with BID. This is necessary for the economic development to provide access to opportunities such as hospitals and schools. On the same token, this region faces a very complex fiscal and economic situation. We have seen some macroeconomic reports recently and documents from the BID. We have over $13 billion in debt, and that almost doubled in the last 15 years. And besides the technical benefits coming from the PPAs, we also have a solution for financing, which is really important in these times of fiscal restraint. So all that I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, propels us to look for efficient and innovative opportunities that will help us with sustainable development. We have to make proper plans and proper structures to tackle the challenges and opportunities and promote inclusive development in the region. I struggle to think about one region on which the PPA theme has not been key and has not been a focus in the last few years. And indeed, from a BID perspective and as part of our infrastructure, we are going to support decisively those alternatives in the different countries and the implementation of PPAs that are efficient, sustainable, and going through the analysis of, and based on the analysis of over 100 specific indicators. And Peru highlights between the main, stands out between the economies of the region because of its quality PPAs. And we have a very nice portfolio here in our country, not only from a funding perspective, but also in terms of supporting the structure of PPAs. Without question, you'll always face challenges in terms of development. And on BID, we are very proud to support Peru, not only on strengthening its legal framework and PPAs, but as well as its technical assistance service and also the conduction of projects. I believe that this is a great example of value add by BID, which goes beyond just the funding aspect. Of course, this is very important from a technical perspective, but the PPAs are crucial. In a very specific way here in Peru, we support the portfolio, which is very robust, in which we find always the support of Pro Inversión and the Ministry of Housing. For example, we have 12 projects that represent over $1.1 billion, which is a very substantial number. We have different steps that we touch on the cycle of APPs from the very structuring of it all the way to the execution and also the commercial aspect. And there is a very important work that has been done alongside government to strengthen its PPA framework in terms of sustainability, conduction of projects, among others. So counting on a country that bets so firmly, so decisively on public and private associations that are efficient and sustainable is one of the main reasons for which BID has accepted this partnership with the Peruvian government to be a part of this PPA effort. and the PPA Americas 2025. This event will be a great showcase and it will enable us to show the experience and potential of the country. Thank you so much for everyone here present. We also have a lot of participants joining remotely, joining virtually, and we greet you all as well. And we look forward to the discussions we're about to have. So again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PPP Talks, Strategic Alliances, and Strengthening the Infrastructure to Improve Lives, which is the first step towards the PPP Americas 2025, an event which has been specially designed to tackle the key topics which we will discuss. Thank you so much. Okay, so these were the words of Mr. Tomás Teixeira, the representative of the IDB in Peru. We're going to take a picture now, and then we're going to be joined by the Minister of Economy and the Executive Director, Mr. Tomás Teixeira. So please, gentlemen, if you can come back to the stage so we can take a picture, and then we'll continue with the program. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So let's start our first panel, 360 Sanitation. Integral solutions for sustainable development. We remind our participants rather, to send your questions. You have a QR code on screen, and with that, you can make suggestions or ask questions. So, welcome to the moderator of the first panel, Mr. Rafael Matastrillo, the Director of Infrastructure and Energy at the IDB Invest. Lawyer with a master's in services by the Georgetown University, a leader in the sector of infrastructure and energy of BID Invest, and participates on the workshop of BID Invest. He leads the development of transactions of renewable energy and transmission in the country, in Latin America. And please, let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Rafael Matastrillo. The moderator for the following panel, with Mr. Christian Barrantes, the Minister of Construction and Sanitation. We invite you to please come up on stage. All the same, Mrs. Maria Patricia Sandoval, the Manager of Structuring and Financial Development for Colombia, and Mr. Rogério Tavares, the President of AEGEA Brazil, and Mr. Jorge Valenzuela from the ARUP Association. And please connect to your headsets, because we have one panelist, Mr. Rogério, who is Brazilian, so he's going to be speaking in Portuguese. So let's make sure that we can understand his contributions. So if you don't understand Portuguese very well, please use the translation headsets.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the government, Pro Inversión, and our representative at the IDB Group for the invitation. Today, this is an event with very knowledgeable panel members. So a 360 overview of the water and sanitation sector. We have three examples that will give us a technical and specific understanding of the situation. We will have the Brazilian case that, to my mind, is the expansion of PPPs, one of the most important in the regions, combining PPPs with an expansion of the private sector. We were going to have the Colombian example, where there is a monopolistic approach from the public sector. And we will explore the possibilities where the private sector can increase its participation. And then Peru, the expansion of the system through public-private partnerships. We heard that Pro Inversión is launching new projects with a total of $1.5 billion. This panel will give us a snapshot of the water and sanitation system in the region and how the private sector can contribute for that development, the challenges ahead, and the main challenges. We want to have a group vision, possible synergies, and also climate mitigation, which is always important. We want to bring foreign investors, and why not dollars to these PPPs. Without much further ado, we have Mr. Cristian Barrantes, Vice Minister of Construction and Sanitation of Peru, Maria Sandoval, Structure Manager in Colombia, Rogerio Tavares, the President or Vice President of AEGEA, and Jorge Valenzuela, the Director of Arup, a consultancy company. So could you give us a vision how you see the water and sanitation sector and the evolution towards 2024 and 2025 and the participation of the private sector? Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to greet our minister. Going back to the question, I know that we have a short time. Water and sanitation, as you know, we have very important coverage gaps, 3.15 million people with no access to drinking water, and about 7.3 million people with no access to basic sanitation. What the sector has been doing is a policy to unlock and, above all, accelerate inversions in water and sanitation in order to reduce as quickly as possible those gaps that are tied to healthcare, child development, and economic development of the country. A country without water and sanitation services cannot develop quickly. So that's just a backdrop of our discussion. We have to keep on promoting that development at national level. On the other hand, the sector has been working on some standards to accelerate access mainly to drinking water. We are working in the law for universal access to drinking water from June 20th this year, adopting unconventional measures and models to reach as quickly as possible in 4 years to reach that population that has no access to drinking water, while we keep on working with conventional models and public investments to close that gap. So we want to promote a fund, which is Safe Water Investment Fund, working with local governments to adopt measures that might allow the Peruvian population to have access to drinking water. Another key aspect is the change of the Decree 280 in order to strengthen service providers in rural areas, because we cannot promote sustainability of services if we do not have efficient partnerships. These CPSs face serious problems of sustainability and management. We have to promote their efficiency. We must value the services they provide. And we must also promote circular economy, another very important fact. We have promoted a guideline for circular economy, allowing us to reuse wastewater from treatment plants. By doing that, we can promote greater sustainability of services, in this case, the treatment of wastewater. Investment, private investments and PPPs. We have a very important portfolio. Obviously, we still have to solve a number of issues related to the efficiency of the process. We still have processes that take some time to reduce risk. We will go back to that later, but with such a huge gap, a gap of 100 billion soles in water and sanitation by 2030, and with an annual investment of 6.5 billion, we need the support of the private sector to help us reduce that gap, allowing us to provide sustainability to water and sanitation services offered in the country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, speaking from a macro level in the region, Jorge, could you explain to us the trends that you see? We know that water and sanitation is different from other sectors. So what structures do you see arising in the region? Trends and something very important, mitigation and adaptation measures in the region for water and sanitation. Thank you for the question, Rafael. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. The first thing we must remember is that we have 650 million Latin Americans, not to mention the 50 million that live in the US. I'm one among them. I'm Peruvian, but I've been living in the US for over 20 years. Some 75% of our population has access to safe water, but only 35% has access to sanitation. These are not my numbers. You can find them online at the IDB, and many organizations have estimated that figures. It is estimated that we need over $350 billion to solve that. So the gap is enormous. What are the main challenges? We are speaking of a large gap that has been growing because so is our population. Secondly, we have weather events that are more and more frequent, droughts, floods, earthquakes, etc. We can discuss whether that is or not climate change, but there are weather-related risks that are quite significant. Droughts in Bogota, droughts in Brazil, where I live. We had droughts in California for 5 years. We were afraid that water would come to an end. There are fires, wildfires, and we thought that we only had wildfires in Spain and California. Now, Bogota had a wildfire earlier this year. Brazil is having wildfires. In Peru, we were always afraid of El Nino, but we forget that there are other elements. El Nino. What happens if we have a drought in Peru? Third point, we have sanitation infrastructure that is old in large cities. Many of them have come to an end of its lifespan. We must replace it, taking those risks into account. And the fees charged are subsidized throughout Latin America. I pay 100% of the tax on water. My mother here, for instance, has a small garden. She has bananas and other fruits, but she waters it with drinking water. So we do not preserve water. We don't pay attention to the cost of water. As for partnerships, we have made 120 projects in Latin America. Now, among those projects, we have the water treatment stations in Lima, but at the top of those partnerships are Brazil, Chile, and then Mexico. We have a lot to learn from them. Things change from country to country. In Colombia, for instance, in Medellin, we have a company similar to Serapal. It's a public company, but that doesn't oversee only water, but also energy. By combining everything, the fees, not only for water, but also energy, allows them to be successful to provide that type of service in companies. In countries when we only have companies providing water and we subsidize the fees because lots of people are coming out of poverty, the challenge is huge. So these are my conclusions. First, if you can pay, you should. The water infrastructure, unfortunately, will require a lot of cash. Second, the gap is so big. There is space for public investments and also public-private partnerships. And we must see that as a program. If we're going to development, water treatment plants, we need programs for many water treatment stations. And finally, we must think about the integration, not only drinking water for human consumption, but also drinking water, water for energy, water for irrigation and flood control. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. I'd like to turn it over to Rogério from Brazil. Brazil is a very specific case. IDB had the opportunity to collaborate with many water and sanitation projects in Recife, Manaus, and with AGEA in Águas do Rio. Rogério, what are the main components of this success in Brazil so that PPPs could be so successful in water and sanitation in Brazil? Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Let me just explain who the company is I work for. AGEA is a private company working with water and sanitation in Brazil. We operate today in over 500 Brazilian municipalities, serving some 31 million people. From a private operation system, it's one of the largest operations for water and sanitation in Brazil. As for public and private partnerships for water and sanitation in Brazil, that grew starting in 2020 because of a federal law that determined and encouraged the universalization of water and sanitation services by 2033. That is, when you set a deadline where you expect that 99% of the population will have universal access to quality water and 90% will have sanitation services provider collection and the treatment of that waste, a target was set for the first time in Brazil, forcing governments of all spheres, and it also attracted the private initiative. This law included essential points: improvement in regulation. A federal structure was created to provide guidelines to regulate those services, and as a consequence, to bring legal guarantees for those public and private contracts. A decision was made to regionalize those services. In many cases, those services were provided at the level of each municipality. So we brought regulation, regionalization, and also greater competition for services. Up until then, public companies could provide the services without participating in a bidding process. Ever since, in order to win a service contract in a concession system, you must participate in an auction or a bid. Those auctions that started taking place after 2020, over 40 have been taking place, allowed for over 100 billion reals to be invested, some $20 billion in the last 4 years since 2020. This is what was enabled, and there are some processes being structured. And there is the role of a public bank, BNDES, which is a federal bank, that is centralizing these public-private partnership models in Brazil. Today, BNDES will allow for another 100 billion reals to be invested in the future in projects that must be implemented by 2026. That attracted more private investment. We've had significant competition generating high amounts for those contracts. Let me mention one case where we operate in Rio de Janeiro. Our company paid for the concession 15 billion reals for that concession without subsidizing what the consumer pays. So we've been able to implement public-private partnership models where private entities provide water and sanitation services without subsidizing what the consumer pays. Thank you very much, Rogerio. You mentioned a stable legal framework, creating attractive projects, and also the local development bank, BNDES, and the Federal Savings Bank that provided that local support. It's important to emphasize that. And I would like to switch gears to Colombia. Maria Sandoval works at FDN, Financiera de Desarrollo Nacional. Colombia is a different situation. The public sector has a monopoly. So how do you see this evolution and the challenges that you see for the private sector to help close the gaps in water and sanitation services? Thank you, Rafael. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to greet my panel colleagues, IDB as well. It is also an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Representing FDN, as you mentioned, we are the Infrastructure Development Bank in Colombia. Let me give you a quick x-ray of water and sanitation in Colombia. We are very close to universalization and 100% coverage in urban centers. It's not the same in rural areas in Colombia. Perhaps the first major challenge is the provision of those services to rural areas where companies that provide those services haven't arrived. Another important challenge in water and sanitation that takes most of our agenda is the treatment of wastewater. We have, in 2022, only 53% of municipalities in Colombia treated its wastewater. So we still have a long way to go. And the third point, continuity in the services provided. Only 44% of municipalities report continuity. We talk about continuity, that is 22 out of the 24 hours of the day. So 3 important topics in Colombia: coverage in rural areas, number 2, wastewater treatment, and number 3, reporting the continuity of this service. When you mention that water and sanitation in Colombia is more public, and I feel odd because Colombia is a pioneering country looking for private investments to develop its infrastructure. It's yes and no. Yes, because perhaps large companies, as you mentioned, George, are in Medellin and Bogota, and they are public companies. But I don't know if you know, but some 38% of the population in Colombia is served by mixed or private companies in water and sanitation, which is another way to attract private capital to offer services, unlike the traditional PPP models. In Colombia, private participation in water and sanitation is started 30 years ago, before our PPP laws, created with Law 142, and it was a model of free enterprise, which helps achieve those levels. Nonetheless, we want to promote PPP projects. We still do not have the pure PPP project for water and sanitation. We had two large structures in Santa Marta and the one for wastewater treatment in Canoas. We can talk about it if you want. Why? Because in Colombia, PPPs involve a legal framework. I'm not criticizing it because I was part of it initially. It was considered for highway infrastructure and to migrate to other sectors with something that was developed for transportation implied some challenges in regulations, attracting institutions to that new system. So we are in that learning curve right now. When a project requires public resources, it has to involve the housing ministry and it requires studies, etc. And finally, something that is important for PPPs are the rates. In Colombia, we have the Water Regulation Committee that sets the rates, but we can also set rates by contract. I don't know if you know this, but in Colombia, but for those partnerships, rates can be set by contracts and they can be set above what the Water Regulation Committee has established. But the rates are very unpopular in different municipalities. This is a bit of a summary of the main challenges in Colombia because PPPs are merely starting. Thank you very much, Maria. I don't see you, but we see that clock here telling us the time is up. It would be interesting for us to mention some successful projects and also risks. Christian, I wanted to ask you how you see the evolution of risk sharing from a more public-centered partnership to a more mature project where the private sector is taking more risk. How do you see that in Peru? To begin, currently we have 23 projects in our PPP portfolios. We want to keep on promoting private investments and public-private partnerships to close that gap. So risks are really key. Risks of several types, social and political risks. We must identify, quantify the risks, and create strategies in order to mitigate them. And there is a basic principle here to assign risks to those that can better manage them. And this is something that we must keep on promoting in these public and private partnerships. Each region is different, and so are risks. I think we have made some progress assigning risks to those that can better management. In this case, the private initiative can facilitate the management of many risks that to the public sector would be more complex because of the structure and bureaucracy at the state level, delaying the execution of certain projects due to social projects. For example, the wastewater treatment stations, or because of legal issues.
So we have been working and precisely working in the prioritization of a portfolio. So again, we want to have more of a focused prioritization for those specific projects that we have. And it's precisely about that. It's about determining the risks of implementation and what are the most appealing aspects in terms of working with the private industry. In this sense, we have done a prioritization not only based on the investment and also the impact, but also on the social risks involved, on the political risks involved, everything that entails those investments, in terms of being able to generate a portfolio that will be much more effective, that will be much more efficient to manage. We still have a long way to go in terms of the PPAs, and I believe that as a sector, well, we have the complexity of projects, and in terms of how we face up to the complexity that we have in those projects, we have to avoid duplicity. And a lot of times we have different initiatives that, when you take from the local to the regional government, you have to promote a different modality of execution. So we still have to work on that connection. We still have to improve the governance aspect as well when it comes to managing the PPPs and also the investments. I believe that with this work, being able to prioritize is really important, but you also need to coordinate with the private sector to better assign risks, always with the focus to improve the service, to improve the connection with the public sector, and that can put us in a position to better manage, and above all else, in a position to really be able to leverage the public and private partnerships, especially from a perspective of housing and sanitation, as it is done with Proinversión, and also to facilitate and be able to provide the conveniences or provide the right conditions to make sure that private companies can become more and more interested on investing in the water and sanitation sector. There are many topics, and we heard that from our colleagues as well, that are very similar to it, that are very close to it, in terms of tariffs, in terms of appreciating or valuing the water service by the population. This is also something that we have to do as a group to make sure that the proposals that we are going to put out from the state or even the proposal from the private investors, those can be more and more feasible so that we can get it in motion and afterwards we can generate better benefits in the sector. Thank you so much. So speaking about a specific project, which is something that we are very proud, this partnership, Rogério, if you can tell us a little bit about your project and also in this sense, what can be replicated, right? What can be adopted by other countries and other regions? Well, this project called Aguas do Rio, Waters from Rio, it's a sanitation project that reaches 10 million people in the state of Rio de Janeiro, including the city of Rio de Janeiro and dozens of others in the state. The finance in the financing in terms of capex, we were able to make it possible. We had a help from the IDB. We have a fully funded financing format in the order of 25 billion reals. That involves financing via the capital market. We have some official credit sources, including the BNDES. IDB is involved. Proparco, the French agency, is involved. Plus, an additional funding by Caixa Econômica Federal. So in terms of allocation from the capital market, out of the 25, we were able to manage 11 billion reals, which are debentures being issued. Out of those 11 billion, the BNDES bought 4 billion, and the remaining 7 billion were acquired by investors in the market. So BNDES financed directly and always on a project finance format, an additional 11 billion and 1.5 billion by the IDB. Well, essentially, it's a project financing. So you have a guarantee of that project given by the receivables of that project, and you share that guarantee between all the lenders. And there is also an agreement between the lenders considering all the amount of money that is involved in the project. And one thing that jumps to our attention is that considering this process, there is a support agreement for for capex numbers to the tune of 1.2 billion per year, and whatever delays that are, we have to support them in terms of 1.2 billion per year. This is what is estimated. But in any event, you have this structure where you don't have a direct guarantee by shareholders in this business. The most you have is this equity support agreement. So from a project financing perspective, you have something that is not really common in Brazil. I think that is the first main project finance structure for infrastructure projects, in this case, water and sanitation, that we are able to get off the ground with the support of IDB, with the support of BNDES, especially. And I draw your attention to the fact that for this type of project, for this type of large endeavor, this is really the only way, or it's the more suitable way for you to make it possible. I mean, you cannot think about projects with a private investment in this segment to where the core structure is not given by the guarantee of revenue coming from the project itself. On the contrary, if you resort to shareholders in all those cases, we are not going to be able to make great progress. So in Brazil at this moment, we are doing this migration, and the Águas do Rio project is sort of a milestone, sort of a benchmark for all the other projects that are to come. Of course, there is a volume of investment that is very large. We need a lot of investment so that we can reach 2033 with universal coverage in the country. And this volume of investment, a great deal of which is going to come from projects and associations between public and private entities. This is only going to become a reality if, from a support point of view, from a finance point of view, we have the participation of the capital market. We need to have official banks participate on that for it to be feasible. And this is only going to be possible if we have guarantees given by the project itself and not by the balance of the shareholders that are going to invest in these businesses and these endeavors. So from that perspective, IDB has been really helpful to us, and IDB shares the same vision. This is being practiced in Brazil now, and in our opinion, this should be disseminated all throughout LATAM. Thank you so much, Rogerio. And really, these are projects that require a large capex. And it's definitely going to be really important. So Maria, if you can talk about the first PPP that we are trying to put together in Colombia, Canoas. And there's also a couple questions from the audience that we would love to answer. And thank you so much, Maria. Well, thanks to you. So the wastewater plant of Canoas is a plant that will cater to over 7 million people. So, of course, this is a large project that we are talking about. The annual treatment will be to the tune of 500 billion square meters, and 70% of the wastewater from Bogota will be treated, and a great deal of the municipal waters of Suacha, of the city of Suacha. So the number of investment is 4.5 billion in Colombian pesos, which amounts to over $1 billion. And this is a project that has gone through tenders in terms of financing. We have the main aqueduct company in Bogota involved, and also the Secretariat of the Environment. And this is a project that is going to be built estimatedly in 5 years. And in terms of the payments, there is a more mixed, set of topics here than what we discussed previously. So payments are being made in anticipation. You have fixed payments and you have payments that are done considering the result of the infrastructure. So in a short period, you have to consider the operation and the maintenance of the structure. And we are focusing on the treatment and the reuse of those resources. So the idea is to be able to continue with this project. This is a project that is very ambitious. This is the second treatment of I think it's the second largest wastewater treatment plant after the city of Mexico in Latin America. So it's really a project that Colombia requires. Colombia needs it. And there are many challenges. At this point, we are talking about guarantees, and we are seeing what is the best financing structure, and also the support in terms of the BNDES in Brazil. I think, we're definitely willing to work with them in this project. And I want to mention another one, which is a source of pride for us. We are doing a proposal for the ministry to create a program of wastewater treatment plants, not by project, but rather a comprehensive program to help with the decontamination of the Magdalena River. The Magdalena River is the most important river in Colombia. It crisscrosses the country from north to south. And the idea, it's as if we were thinking about Colombia in terms of the first generation of roadways. So the idea is to create the very first program of concessions or PPPs for wastewater treatment plants to help with the investment of the Magdalena water basin. So these are plants for 100 municipalities with different technologies. And again, the idea is to be able to provide support to the ministry to attain this program. And the structure will be including private capital, so that we can continue projects as ambitious as this one. So the canoas, canoas is definitely on the radar for many people in Latin America, and this is a very important program that can really garner some critical mass, and it can really affect the most important water source we have in Colombia. Yes, great impact from a project level and from the impact level. So we have a couple questions here from the audience. The first one is about tariffs. One of which is, what is the most effective payment method and the most effective financing? I don't know if Jorge wants to or is open to all of it. And so what is the government's perspective when it comes to delays on these payments? What can happen in terms of subsidies and things like that? So Jorge, if you would like to answer. Yes. Well, as many people, I think that water is a right. However, what I mean, the minimum water that a human being needs to survive for four people in a household is 15 cubic meters a month, if I'm not mistaken. So that has to be there. Now, a minimum tariff for that, well, we can really design a system to cater to those needs, but Distributing water is relatively simple. I mean, it takes pipelines, of course. In urban sectors, that is costly, but it's a relatively simple infrastructure in terms of doing it with PPPs. And yeah, wastewater treatment plants, if we are considering something large like the one in Bogota, you have to be very careful. But if you are considering treatment plants for municipalities of 100,000 people, for example, we can design one, and it's basically a blueprint that can be replicated all over the place. This is also relatively simple in comparison to the water capturing system. So in Peru, there is, if you are in places that don't rain, you would have to capture water probably 100 or 200 kilometers away. Ideally, you would want to have reserves and bring it over with pipelines, and that will cost definitely millions of dollars if we want to do it in a resilient way, that is. And then the tariff would definitely be impacted. So when you look at the entire infrastructure and when we think about what is going to cost more to be resilient, probably in Peru, and definitely that would be the water capturing system, not necessarily the treatment or distribution of it. So again, going back to the tariff, a minimum tariff to cover water and treatment, like I said, 15 cubic meters per family of 4 people. And if we are already using this water for other purposes, we would have to create incentives to make sure we preserve that water. For example, in my case, the tariff that I pay, if I go beyond the 15 cubic meters, I have to pay more. If I have a garden and I want to water it, I I can have a amount of water from the city, so I can make this garden, you know, more in line with the water preservation purposes, maybe a more desertic garden with plants that don't require as much water. And the city will pay me for that, which is incredible. So we need different tariffs. So I think this is really important from a water preservation perspective. Here in Lima, well, I was raised here, and unfortunately, we have a bad habit. We grow up in a desert here. So we water our parks and gardens with fresh water, which is very costly. So first, we need a preservation plan, a water preservation plan, and we need to consider the tariffs that are, in this basic level of consumption. And of course, we have to think about this on a macro level. And I believe that the planning aspect is really important. Currently, we see, El Nino, which is a real problem. It is estimated that we are probably going to need to do something substantial about it. We also have the Chavi Mochi system, and we really should think about the future in this case so that this is very resilient. We have to make it interconnected. And again, it's not only about thinking about fresh water. We have to control floodings. We have to think about the hydro energy generation aspect. And here in Lima, you have some project for water efficiency, and I think we have to continue. I mean, the Rio Lima water source is not really resilient in the long term. There could be a very serious gap that will leave us out of water. So we have to think about it together, how we can bring this water via pipelines. And with regards to the most efficient level of funding, right? Or the source of funding, I think that would be the main question. If that would be PPPs, if that would come from the private sector, we have to definitely consider the most efficient way to make this investment, whether it's a finance project or, something other. So, in conclusion, in terms of the delays in payments, I think we could consider the social aspect, right? Yes, absolutely. Yes, the service of fresh water. We have presented some modifications to be able to work on three aspects that are really essential. The first one is that we can generate efficiency in the companies that provide services. We have to work very closely. We have to generate, you know, efficient monitoring. That's first, efficient management and monitoring. And number two, we have to make sure that the service that is provided can be sustainable. And for this much, it's not only about efficiency from companies, but also how we can make sure that the rates being paid are going to support the management of that system. And what has been presented precisely is to improve the cross subsidy that is already applied in such a way that the people that are in a vulnerable position will not be affected by the tariff. And those that can pay more should pay more. And not only those that can pay more will pay more, but rather those that use excessive water, those that use more than the average that they should use, should pay more. So in this sense, we can also raise awareness because this is a disincentive, right? Paying more for the additional cubic meters of water used. This is a disincentive of using fresh water, considering other activities that are not, you know, that are not essential in terms of fresh water use, just like we said before. So you have people that wash their driveways with fresh water and things like that. So in parallel, we have to do an awareness raising process to be able to make better use of our freshwater resources. And this is a main topic, especially in Peru. We have to work closely at it because in rural areas as well as urban areas, you cannot you cannot overestimate the concept of value of the service of fresh water. And that type of appreciation is going to enable the population to be much more aware of the importance and being able to control the use of water, being able to be aware of its water use for throughout the Peruvian coast, which is a desert. So you have to do a work, which I think it's about generation, but we have to do this in a progressive way, and we have to do that very strongly because indeed, just like it has been mentioned before, the effects of climate change have a huge impact in countries like Peru, and the variations that can happen in terms of high intensity of rainfall and therefore higher quantities of water, and the problem with inundations or rather, sorry, floodings. This is something that you have to consider. You also have droughts. You have periods with very little rainfall. So therefore, we need to have a water management system that works, and that impacts not only the public management or the companies, not only in this public and private partnership, but also we have to get the consumer involved. We have to get the population involved with regards to understanding that situation and knowing how important these water resources are. And indeed, we are also working in terms of the reliability model. We suggest that the service will be done, first of all, with the source, working with the source. So we have to look for new models, different basins. This is a proposal that we have to put forth in many different zones. However, also the reliability of the service itself, that has to do with improving the networks, but also in terms of the maintenance of it. So with these measures, we really could provide more sustainability to that system, to that water and sanitation system in the country of Peru in this case. Okay, so with that being said, we conclude the panel. Thank you so much, Christian, Maria, Rogério, Jorge, for your participation, and thank you so much to the audience. Thank you so much to our moderator and panelists. Please come up to the stage for our official picture. Thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Rafael Matastrillo and all the panelists for their valuable contributions in the first panel this morning. We also want to recognize Mrs. Ramirez, that is also with us today. We're now going to have a 10-minute break so you can have a bit of an interaction. We have an outside session here, so you can have a nice coffee break, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes to continue with our journey.
from Sao Paulo and Barcelona, and also London School of Economics. She's currently at the IDB supporting Latin American governments in the creation of a project portfolio for PPPs to reduce the current infrastructure gap in the region. She will be the moderator of this panel made up of Pablo Jaramillo from Colombia, Marcela Santos, Projects Director from São Paulo, Camilo Carrillo, Executive Director for EY, and Matias Ovelar, General Coordinator of the projects of the National Education System in Uruguay. We would like to welcome our moderator. Hello. I would like to thank everyone for joining us today in our first PPP Talks 2025. The version will be next year from 8th to 10th of April next year. I want to thank our panel members. Actually, we have an incredible representation of the region. I believe that the main cases are before us. Marcela representing the Brazilian case, Pablo from Colombia, Camilo from Peru. And while I was talking to you, I was talking to Matias. Here he is from Uruguay. In this panel, we will try and understand how PPPs can be a tool allowing our teachers to do what they do best, which is to dedicate their time to educate, since the PPP will be in charge of non-pedagogical studies and school infrastructure. I would also like to draw your attention to the name of our panel, which is Education 4.0. What does that mean? It means to offer an active learning, offering students the opportunity to participate in their learning process. And that entails, obviously, technology, communication, and interactivity. And for that to be effective, our school should be prepared and equipped with that technology, with rooms that will promote receiving everyone in an inclusive manner with accessibility and the quality. It's not that the new school will be delivered and then the management will be delegated. It should be long-term management. And this is what we do when we have an education, a public-private partnership, as the cases we will hear today. We want to promote sustainability of the non-pedagogical services and school infrastructure in the long term. So we will begin our conversation, and I want to ask everyone, what have been the main lessons learned in the education projects that you have developed and implemented in your countries? And what challenges have you faced, as well as how you have overcome them? We have to learn from other countries so that we can move forward always with better projects. Sharing knowledge. That's what we try and promote in PPP Americas, this conversation, so that together we get to better projects. So I turn it over to Marcelo first. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'll speak Portuguese. It is an enormous pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much. And contribute with this panel. I want to congratulate and thank IDB for the invitation and for the organization of this event, the most relevant event on PPPs in the world, why not? Especially in Latin America. We are very happy to contribute because we have been working with a lot of innovation to contribute with what I call the springtime of education in Brazil. We have very important projects underway. Let me go straight to the point to share with you. Over the years, we have faced different challenges, and there were many lessons learned. Today, we have 5 structured projects, 3 in the municipality of São Paulo, Porto Alegre, and Rio Grande, 1 with a signed contract. And today is an important day. Coincidentally, we are here discussing this relevant topic, and in São Paulo, in a few hours, we will sign the second PPP contract for the construction of 5 educational tools that are very important. It's a moment of celebration to us. It's a greenfield project, about 700 million reals, or some $125 million. For a municipality, this is a significant sum. It was a competitive project. We had 4 groups participating. It's a novelty in Brazil, and 20% discount on the public investments. When we talk about a contract being signed, it seems that it was a linear process to get to this point. And let me share with you that success is followed by challenges and lessons learned. The first batch that started in 2021, we had no bidders. And I say that because sometimes we feel discouraged when nobody is interested. But there is nothing that really goes wrong. It's an opportunity to learn and identify the bottlenecks. So it was structured in the post-pandemic period. Macroeconomic conditions were different. Brazil was hit by the pandemic, and in the second batch, there were some lessons learned, the contract being signed today. First, in Brazil, we have a challenge in terms of public guarantees. So between one contract and the other, we had to provide more guarantees. So we worked a lot to provide more guarantees. So we doubled the volume of our counterpart. We also had intense dialogue with control entities that allowed us to fine-tune our modeling. And there were lessons learned about the choice of places, the models, the most appropriate equipment to meet the pent-up demand, but also to work on existing infrastructure. I should also mention that another lesson learned has to do with existing infrastructure. Next week, we will bid another project for the remodeling of 90 schools in São Paulo. That is existing infrastructure. So we must look at the modeling or the challenge of working with existing infrastructure. Brazil today has 140,000 schools. We must remodel them. And to conclude, the main lessons learned was to work with education is to work with people, to work in an environment where infrastructure is already there. We already have a community working there. So we must talk to those people, understand their needs, because an education project is only relevant and meaningful when it meets the community's demand. So we have been working workshops with teachers to understand their demands and to move on to more satisfactory results. We are very pleased with this moment in Brazil. Thank you very much, Marcela, for sharing your experience with us. Of all PPPs that we see, I would say that it required more work to understand the relationship with teachers, for teachers to feel part of the process. That was very important, as you mentioned. I have a team member in Sao Paulo, Isadora. We are now working with the state government in Sao Paulo with 500 projects to improve state schools to do exactly what you said. It is important to choose the right schools, to actively speak to teachers, and have a contract that might be able to attract private investments. Now, I would like to turn it over to Matias, that unfortunately couldn't join us in person in Lima, but we wait for you next year in April, Matias. Could you share with us the projects in Uruguay? The private initiative finances through Bid Invest, and we have here someone in charge. Simone, we would like to hear the lessons learned. Could you share that with us? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to participate online. Let me share the Uruguayan experience with education PPPs. We had 3 major contracts. And then the contracts were approved for 101 schools for primary education and also high school. The 3 contracts involved 101 schools. For the design, financing, construction, operations, and maintenance. So the maintenance of all the education infrastructure, the replenishment of equipment, the cleaning of the place, security, that's assigned to the private initiative. It involved 2 years in construction and 20 years of operations and maintenance. This is the 4th or 5th year of operations and maintenance. As main lessons learned, I could divide those process in 3 major phases. First, the structuring, which is very important, in which we recommend first that the government assumes those risks they are sure can be handled and managed. Secondly, that to us was very important was the oversight of the contracts, making sure that the private entity was complying with the contract. And that has to be done by the public authorities. So what are going to be the obligations of the private entity? But how those obligations will be overseen? So 101 schools distributed throughout the country. And we should know in each school if the private initiative is complying with the contract. It's a 20-year contract, so it's important to create specialized workshops from the very beginning, thinking about the population, to train professionals that are specialized in public-private partnerships, all the contract documents, to make sure that all the obligations are being complied with. After that, a risk we take in this type of design is the location of the school. So we should get the land according to standards. First, we must make sure there is true education demand in the place that we choose. It sounds obvious that if we are going to build a school, we must make sure that when the keys are handed, there is enough demand. That should be a coordinated effort between the several entities. In the case of Uruguay, we didn't buy any land. All of them were obtained through partnerships. So that's a very important topic, to get the land. And when it handed over to the private initiative to build, the land should be totally available to be built without any restrictions. So as I said, 20 years of operation. So internet, water, and energy, the private initiative should handle. Who's going to pay for that? The private initiative must play several roles: the maintenance of green areas, cleaning, security, using CCTV. In a month from now, it might not be that relevant, but in 20 years, it's going to be huge. So perhaps we should have independent assessments, one for education and another one for the infrastructure. Otherwise, you might have serious problems in the long term. In the structuring phase, the creation of jobs to operate those centers, many are replacements of existing positions, but in other cases, we must create a position and we need a federal budget, teachers, coordinators, etc. So a number of associated resources that go beyond the contract itself. And finally, such large contracts, perhaps in the middle of the contract, you should establish an economic model giving the public authorities the power to choose whether or not to continue that operation with the private entity for another 10 years or if that will be replaced. Although the services provided by the private entity is exceptional as compared to public entities, in such a large contract, there might be non-compliance. And lastly, to provide tools that will provide environmental and social development. As I said, the contract will last 15 to 20 years. So in broad terms, these are the main recommendations based on the lessons we learned in these public-private partnerships. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matt. While you were talking, Marcela was saying, well, the problems are the same. Camilo was telling me the problems are the same. The two said the same. I'm sure that if Paulo was closer to me, he would have said the same thing. Because of the same lessons learned and problems, they are important. If the problems are the same, perhaps the solutions might be the same and we don't have to keep on reinventing the wheel. For example, in Peru, in Matias, we are working under the management of Maria Susana to have some project workshops in the different sectors, because what you said, the day after, somebody has to actually manage, and those people must be empowered. And this is what the minister said today. What happens after the contract is signed? So having workshops, this is something we are trying to do in Peru, having trained people participating in the structuring of the project from day one, so that they don't feel that they received a super complex contract. They should feel part of it and part of the solution. Having the departments, the ministries that will have to oversee the contract from day one, these people should be trained. This is key for the success we are trying to achieve in sectors such as this. Another topic we have been discussing here, working with Emerson from Pro Inversión, is dispute resolution, to have a fast mechanism to discuss the contract. So we worked, and I'm sure pretty shortly we will be able to publish it along with Professor Justino from the University of São Paulo. We came to a standard clause. We believe that this could be good. Obviously, for structuring, we must try and predict everything that may happen. But since it's a long-term contract for 15 or 20 years, we won't be able to do it. Obviously, certain things will be changed, but for sure, there were things that could have been better, and you only realize when they happen. So it's important to have that mechanism, or a way where the private and the public sectors can sit down, and if there is any controversy, it can be solved quickly so that the process flows, so that we don't have major problems. So I'm sorry, but we are all considering the same problems here. Could you share with us the example from Colombia? The problems are the same. Thank you. Truly, the problems are the same, and I'll try and explain why. The Colombian experience in education PPPs. Honestly, we could call bittersweet. Why? Because Colombia is an early adopter of PPPs. From a bonus mechanism, what we did was to deliver bonuses to poor families to allow children to attend private schools, to later a scheme that was successful of concession schools in the city of Bogota. During the first tenure of Enrique Peñalosa, we found very positive experiences in a concession model. We gave the concession and the education services, but then the second mayor changed the name. They were called Contract for the Management of Education Services. And these were initiatives in which we gave to the private initiative part of the infrastructure, but pretty much focused on the provisioning of education services for a given period of time. And all studies say that we gain cost efficiency, a reduction of evasion, improvement in student performance in standard exams, and it became a successful system to provide education services. As you said earlier on, Carolina, it's not the provision of non-pedagogical studies, but pedagogical studies along with the management of school infrastructure.
So we ask ourselves how this country, which is an early winner in the provisioning of educational services in public and private partnerships, how come there is no PPP implemented this day in the sense, of having a more modern PPP for provisioning of educational services? And I think there are many learning opportunities with it. The first thing is that Colombia is getting a relative early start in terms of restructuring its social PPPs for education. And the country is doing so since 2010. And we've been very successful in that structuring process right there in terms of national development and also, in general. We have developed a lot of sophisticated schemes and a lot of structures that really work well, that are really efficient within this PPP logic. And indeed, we are able to conduct pre-tenders in 2018 from an educational perspective that at the end did not come to fruition in proper processes. And that happened for many reasons. I don't intend to diagnose what happened here, but a few points are to be stressed. The first one is that the Colombian PPP structure has been conceived initially for the moment of implementation, for the most pressing needs, especially the transportation situation. Colombia was probably the country that was most far behind in terms of the transportation services. So the PPP system was implemented to upgrade the transport system, and so the focus was on transportation. So the authority of PPPs, which is ANI, was in charge of transportation exclusively. Today, we have expanded our scope in terms of social infrastructure. And additionally, there is a whole institutional framework to where all the risk system is conceived for these transportation industry projects, which is not very well balanced, but it was the old mentality. And in those tender processes in 2018, like I mentioned, I believe I went over my time. I'm almost concluding. But yeah, sometimes it takes 30 months since the first process with the educational system to be able to approve the necessary documentation for the financial conditions and the obligations with the state. Basically, that happens because the rest of the institution is not ready to absorb, or it's not ready to review these documents in the same way as far as the risks that are related to the social infrastructure projects. And so, in order for us to talk about lessons learned, I would summarize those in four. First, there are ways to have public-private collaboration that can be very successful, and it's not necessarily based on the PPP traditional scheme. Number two, it's very important that the PPP regime is conceived not only under the transportation infrastructure. Number three, there are great options. There is great know-how, and we have some great educational initiatives, and the rest of the institutions have to play the same game to make sure we have successful projects. And number four, it's not by chance that we are where we are in terms of experiences like the BSF in England or the REI in India. You're still facing the same problems, and those happen in projects that at the end of the day are successful. So I'll conclude like I started. At the end of the day, the problems are the. Thank you so much for sharing your experience from the Colombian perspective. And besides making a concession, which was not under the PPP scheme, but was in a different format. I believe that this is something that in Brazil is also seen. It's hard. So there are challenges in and of themselves. And it's also, I mean, here in Peru, we also see that in terms of hospitals. So all this topic of who should provide this, is it the state, is it the educational department or not? Well, I believe that if the state already has that, if already has the teachers and the structure, well, I think that is a much better situation. And this is something that we were just talking about in terms of the main issues, which is we have to focus on that. You know, we have to focus on the social infrastructure, which is really going to make a difference at the end of the day for the beautiful work that we've been conducting here. So finally, we have our host. So I'm going to hand it over to Camilo from Peru to tell us about how this has been happening in Peru. Thank you so much, first of all. Thank you so much for the invitation as well. It's complicated to say something that hasn't already been said as far as the Uruguayan, Peruvian, or Brazilian experience, because of course we struggle to develop those projects in Peru. If I were to summarize, I believe that today this is a very ambitious program. However, we have had some clear issues in its execution. Today we have Proinversión and we have the Ministry of the Economy and we have many. Sorry for interrupting, but I would like you to tell us that you have a program that you created. So tell us a little bit about that one and what happened. Yes, I'll tell you a little bit because I really like the PPP structure. We we can go point by point, but I think that the planning stage is where you start. Obviously, when you start those private initiatives alongside with the team we have with Maria Susana, what we did was we selected projects that had a certain logic of similar to a PPP. So it was a pretty simple and straightforward process. Schools in Lima with more than 1,000 students and working with the resources that were available. I mean, we had to come up with we have to come up with different formats. And this thing really piqued the interest of the private industry. We're talking about almost $700 million in investment, 43 schools, and at this point we have, you know, 13 companies from the private sector that showed interest. The market responded to it. We were talking about the rules of the game and what should be done. However, in reality, going to the formulation stage, working with the ministry, yes, it's definitely relevant. Everyone wants to work with the schools, but at the moment of formulation, the ministry realized that it had a very tough job in its hands, as far as putting together a PPP. And they had a discussion similar to public works, and but they started discussing on the service level. Unfortunately, in our experience, in 2015, we started tenders for the projects, and they became viable only after 4 to 5 years. So it took a long time for the formulation stage because the ministry was looking at it from a public works perspective, as if it were public construction. So it's like, which window should we choose? Which flooring should we choose? When it's not really a public risk, it's a private risk. Being very simplistic, we had to have classes for 40 students apiece, and of course, I am willing to pay a certain amount for this service to be provided, of course, but the thing is that discussion took 8 and 9 years, and we're still dragging it to this moment. It's a very tough discussion to have, so there is a conceptual error involved. So for the ministry to be ready for that type of process, they have to first of all say this is not public construction. We had to put together a team. Today we're mentioning that that we need precisely the PPP format with professionals that can centralize opinions and do this counterpart of what the private system needs. Of course, the private is great with the financial side, with the technical side, and with that, we can have a liaison. There needs to be, it needs to be said, what we need is this, and working with the concession, you know, some rules are modified 4 to 5 times. So everything takes a long time to be formulated because everything happens in the terms of public works. The sectorial thing changes. So we think, well, if the sectorial standard changes, absolutely what is going to change in the next 40 years, which is what changes the concession. So how come the private system cannot start executing that? So that changes the additional risk, and the state should really pay for that amount because now classrooms are not going to be 40 students. It's going to be 30 because, some rules changed. So all of that can be solved with good management, with solid logic, but it's not really the priority when it comes to formulating projects. And everything becomes really complicated. You have discussions about the terrain, for example. Some of these were solved, but, the terrain becomes an issue in terms of provisioning and management. So I think all of that could really be solved with a proper team, with a team that is specialized on PPPs, folks that are already working out there with the government departments. Some people are being really helpful with that. So especially with the legal issues, I mean, they had never talked to PPPs. It's not their expertise. So what other departments from the ministry could perhaps connect with those PPPs and what could be reviewed in this way? In conclusion, I have some conceptual comments because when we start with the execution, we are going to have those discussions again, like construction supervision. We already went through the process of planning, but of course, you have to consider the risk. You have to consider the risk involved in a private construction process. With the ministry, it's really important to supervise the level of service, but not the technical expertise. I mean, you don't really have to oversee the type of cement that is going to be laid out. None of that. But whatever we can internalize really helps on conducting the process. So when we have a project, the market itself is going to say, hey, that's the pain point, that's the painful learning lesson or lesson learned, pardon me, for us to present. So with that, we can have as many schools as we require, and with that, we can bring education to all these kids. Thank you so much, Camilo. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. So now I'm going to ask a question which goes to Marcela as well as Matias. If you can answer, please. If you can provide, dedicate earnings to the private process on the maintenance of schools. So what are some of the numbers that show us that this is a path that is worthwhile despite its challenges and despite the hurdles? Marcela, this is a great question. In all the workshops that we work with that I mentioned, we have opportunities for PPPs to become more efficient, to become more operational. And when we look at the numbers, it's really important for them to validate that we are on the right path. And Brazil has been a real laboratory for that analysis. And by the way, I extend an open invitation for you to keep tabs because we have 4 signed contracts, one of which is in the city of Belo Horizonte. This is ongoing since 2013. We have another signed contract, which is from the community centers, which involve education and sports and leisure. So these centers are still being built. That was signed in 2022. Recently, we have a contract for Nova Lima, which is also in the state of Minas Gerais, which hasn't started the operation yet. And we have a contract being signed today, actually, to create 5 new units. So we have one model for the operational side, and we have a lot of other ones that are being structured by the IDB and partners. So I'm going to mention in terms of the units that are being constructed in São Paulo and the ones in Belo Horizonte, which is the one we have data for. Well, first of all, we noticed the efficiency in a very intuitive way just by paying a visit. So data could not even be produced because when you go to a school in Belo Horizonte that is operated by the concession, it is crystal clear which ones are operated by the city government and which ones are operated by the concession. It's really intuitive. You can see the gains. The same happens when you go to a construction site that is being operated by the department of the government and when you go to a PPP one. So the data really helps. Well, in Sao Paulo, we don't have the comparative information yet, but we can say that the works are ahead of schedule. So we're going to deliver some things early this year, late this year, early 2025, and start operating in 2025. And there could even be an advance in the deadline. And that's what happened in Belo Horizonte. So they started with 32 childhood education schools, 5 elementary education schools. That contract was expanded. And so an additional 14 schools, totaling 51 schools, those were built in a phased out process in 34 months. So the average is 18 months per school, which is, I mean, it's an amount of time that is very small for those that work with public construction. You know that this is really fast. And it was so successful that we actually included an additional 4 units that are being constructed as we speak. So 51 units. And we conducted a study in 2016. It was just validated in 2020. So the deadline of construction was 45% shorter than traditional works that are done in the municipality. And what is most important to us, the percentage of professionals that are working in the classroom, are talking about principals and teachers, increased by 25%. So it's 25% more energy, more dedication, and more time for teachers to work, really on what matters. So that is priceless right there. And also about a recent study that we had that was conducted by the Federal University in Rio. We have some interesting data for us to think about the next few steps and a few challenges as well. So, from the economic standpoint, the monthly cost for one student on a non-PPP school is 780 reals, or $140. Now, one student from these 51 PPP schools cost $47 per month only. So, from a cost effective perspective, it's a real success if you think about it from an economic perspective. Now, let's go beyond. This study shows that the perception of the operating quality, of the cleanliness, of the conditions is satisfactory and is significantly higher on the schools that are from the PPP scope. So, in other words, the community perceives them to be of more quality, of better quality. And it was already shown that, all the indicators of performance and all the systems that measure the quality show superior results. We do have some difficulty in comparing because we don't have all systems in all schools, but that is definitely clear. So closing with a challenge. We also did a survey about the performance of students. Even though the concession does not include pedagogical services, we had a hypothesis. We thought, hey, is this improvement translating into performance? So we used the basic education index in Brazil, the test results, and we observed that there were no variations between those elementary schools that took the test. So that is to say that maybe this is the next step. How are we going to ensure that besides the facilities, besides the physical structure, the data shows that that is better. So how can we make sure that we make progress pedagogically as well? How can we improve student performance? Teachers already have more time and better conditions. Schools are in a better shape. So how can we make sure that our students and our communities can perform better in their tests? So yeah, let's see what happens. There's still a lot to learn and work. Thank you so much, Marcela. And indeed, I think that work from the public sector and from IDB alongside teachers is really essential. Great training. This is something that we do quite a bit. Now, Matthias, so we hand it over to you so that you can tell us a little bit about the numbers in schools in Uruguay, please. Absolutely. Well, the first conclusion is that very clearly when it comes to PPPs in Uruguay, the risk transfer to the private sector has really made a substantial improvement on the levels of service as far as the education goes. So public education in on the same token can focus on its main vocation, on its main priority, which is just plain old education. And of course, we have a lot of monitor, a lot of, we keep tabs on the different educational centers. We focus on the maintenance operations. If you talk about a high school, or if you talk about an average school, of course, a lot of cleaning was necessary, a lot of maintenance was necessary, and that generates a whole lot of bureaucratic processes. People had to report to their superiors. They had to go up the chain. So in other words, it took months. It took actually 3 to 4 months to find a solution or conclude a process for a mid-size event, if we are to call it like that. Now, in 2023, we did a survey, we did an assessment, and we looked at 2 contracts in Uruguay. So we saw 10,000 service events being reported in those 2 educational centers. And out of those, the average time of response, the average time for rectifying the issue, went back to the original time, which is 10 hours. We all know that we have different events that happen, but in terms of the average period for the priority items, it's low to medium or even high. But we have to consider, of course, the technology aspect. We have had some improvements. Service has improved to the end user. Consultations improved, ones that provide very similar solutions for the centers. And also, the response time became much better. It was 8 to 9 months for each center, for each school, depending on the size, of course, depending on the square footage of the school. If you compare that to the public educational system, the public system builds 13 to 14 schools per year on a traditional model. With the PPPs, that number increased to 26 schools or 26 centers being built per year. Of course, we always have to consider the structuring stage, which is really important. In this case, it was 3 to 4 years. And after the process is structured, we have to consider the maintenance from then on. We are on year 20, and this is the main objective of the projects we have. So again, we have to go beyond that. We have to have a collaboration with the private system. We have to have a permanent connection. That requires some coordinated efforts. Okay, Matthias, thank you so much for sharing your opinions. We are getting some questions from the audience, and if any of you Peruvians would like to ask the question, feel free. We were precisely asking about the time it takes to build those schools through the traditional public works vis-a-vis or comparing to PPP contracts. And just like Marcela told us from their experience, that takes less time. You can get more bang for your buck. And Marcela actually brought some data that I actually was not aware of, and that really called my attention, which is it is more economical for the public network to have a student in those schools than having students go into traditional public works in terms of how much those students cost to the state. I think to me, that is a key piece of information because again, you get more value for your investment. Okay, so right now we're going to see the questions that are more focused on the private sector in terms of how you perceive the market, what we have to do to ensure scalability in these processes, what is the market's take. So yeah, let's hear some opinions about it. Absolutely. So I think 10 years in, after we assess the process as we took it and looking at the way that the private industry goes about those educational projects, well, in our opinion, we can say that it's easy to conceive these projects. I mean, schools are not airports, right? Schools are not highways. So you definitely need to have some concession companies that have experience with the construction aspect, but you have to consider this whole other side to it. Of course, all of us need to have this mentality. We have to have a long-term vision. So there is an institution aspect, an institutional aspect in the ministry. For one thing, you have to be more than 3 months in the position to give continuity to the technical issues. And of course, that can be translated into standards that may change through time. And it's not a problem if they change, but you really have to define where the cuts are going to happen. You have this project here, and if the technical standard changes, the state has to take the risk. I mean, that's how it works anywhere in the world. That has to be, the risk has to be taken by the state, because if you are to build a highway in a place where there was none, you are providing a facility. So of course you have to pay for that. This is not something that should delay projects, because of course there is always that controversy in terms of having the concession and then taking a few steps back. We have to break this cycle. We have to do away with this cycle. And in this case, I think that, I would side with the concessions in this case, because these are projects that were already approved and the market had a positive response to them. And in the future, that could be the case as well. I mean, these are not projects that require such high levels of investment. There are resources in the market. You have companies that have the expertise, so there shouldn't be an issue to create these projects with payment by availability formats, as it has happened, and it can continue to happen. That should not be an issue. Now, to answer the second part of your question about scalability, when the project is approved, yeah, this is an important matter right here. So out of these projects, if you have one that is approved, you have one that is feasible, and the population and the ministry, hopefully, will know how to prioritize. And that could bring, potential solutions. Now, two things. One has to do with communication. We have one case, which is the following. The main question that was lingering in terms of the ministry and the team was to persuade people that that would not be privatization, that this would improve the quality of service and the quality of teaching. There would be no additional charges. So we started out with a bit of a leery posture when we talked to the principals in the school, but we were very welcomed with open arms, because when we told them that they would not be privatized, there would not be additional charges or payments, they actually asked us, "Hey, when do you start? When do you lay the first brick?" So now, 10 years later, they say, "Well, you said 10 years ago you would lay the first brick, and 10 years are gone. And how does that work?" They actually hold us to it. So yeah, of course, you have the credibility aspect to consider. If 10 years later nothing happens, nothing gets built, it's a problem. So we really have to remind ourselves of that. And what should we do as a country? I mean, considering the Ministry of the Economy, what are the opportunities? What are the lower hanging fruits? And of course, we have to consider the impacts of those projects in the educational system. We might have lost 10 years as a country to provide a roof over people's heads and proper heating conditions in terms of the schools and the students. We have, of course, higher numbers now, higher cost, but I think the opportunity is there. And globally, we know that this investment in education has a positive return. So we cannot wait as long to provide a worthy structure. I think all of us have to assimilate that. Definitely, Camilo. Very important point. I think that when we talk about the social infrastructure, this is something that is very present to us. For example, now finally the contract is signed for the hospitals of Piori Chimbote. A lot of people were involved in this process here, including Maria Elena, and just the situation when you don't have a hospital in the proper conditions, that really takes a toll. That really affects people's lives. And in case of the school, the productivity of people with, people that to receive the right education that they need to be part of the workforce and be able to contribute to the country and to society at large, that is key as well. So the time that we lose in these processes, of course, the ministry is doing its efforts to make sure that the process is more effective and that we can tick those items off the list. This is really important, but how can we shorten the time it takes? How can we streamline to lay the first brick, as you put it? So for us, we do have this challenge. We have to look for solutions, what we can do, what we can, do to make sure that a school can start its operations.
With this, I have a last question to Pablo about the payment mechanism in more recent experiences. Camilo gave us his opinion. It can be done according to availability, but what is your position? I would like to speak about the Colombian experience, and this is a key concern in these projects. The two relevant experiences in Colombia are the schools in concession, but undoubtedly that has a powerful ideological element that complicates its implementation. In that scheme, it's payment per student. There were a number of demand risks, but there were not major provisions about demand, etc. There was a scheme of payment per student. In 2002, it was calculated that it cost in dollars $485 per student in concession schools, as compared to about $600 per student in public schools. The difference is that concession schools were full day and public schools were half a day. That was a major difference. In the structuring that was published in 2010 is payment per availability, with a contribution from the ministry. Commercial use, perhaps, that was part of the contract, and a very robust scheme of indicators and deductions based on KPIs. So this was a scheme through which it was payment per availability. That should be our obsession. Those schemes have a market. They tend to be payable. The risk of delinquency is lost, really. It's just like sun in winter in Lima. You don't see it, but it's there. You might lose sight that it's there, but the entity in charge of structuring must make sure that the project is interesting, the approval of the risk analysis has to be tied to the specificities of that type of project. Education projects have risks of vandalism, accidents in student management. You are dealing with children and teenagers, and that's why you need some risk matrices tied to the specific characteristics of those projects. To summarize, it's important to structure through payment by availability, having risk structures that have to do with the context of those projects, understanding that at first sight, efficiency in the value of the money might not be there, but at the end of the day, you will see it. Or microgrowth cancels DSF in 2010. It is done with the argument of the value for money. And years after, he said it was the first mistake in public policies the UK ever made. To focus on the value of money for those projects is a mistake because there are other benefits that are not measurable. Better student performance in the standard exams. So it's a key element. And lastly, we should insist to allow all the institution to work and see those projects as they are, different from transport infrastructure with different assessment mechanisms. And they should be analyzed based on their specificities. They must be bankable, efficient, and social benefits should go beyond the return on the investment. Thank you very much, Pablo. This was a wrap-up message of everything that we discussed, the importance of having a good execution of the contract, the importance of understanding the value for money in such a project, and even the communication that we must have. As we said, the government should understand how the project works so that over time, we don't suffer whenever there is a government change that we must explain all over again, all the stories that we know. There is a tremendous potential to achieve productivity, to allow teachers to do what they do best, which is to teach. But we need more examples. Perhaps we should change our regulations to make these projects even more successful. You're going to kill me, but I have a question from the audience. We were encouraging them to ask questions. How were PPP projects received in your countries? Was that a state or a private suggestion? Camilo has already answered. I turn it over to Marcela, Matias, and Pablo. I'll start then. Excellent question, because we see these are efforts put together so that the springtime of infrastructure becomes a reality in Brazil. So we have a regulation framework that made progress at the federal level that was cascaded down at state and local levels. So we had a favorable context coming from all fronts. When governments makes a movement to invest, the market does the same. We see the market increasingly prepared to participate somehow in these projects. be it through a bidding process or collaboratively in other phases. Let me give you an example. I mentioned that one of the main challenges in these projects is to perform diagnosis for modeling purposes and to identify the bottlenecks. In Sao Paulo, the remodeling of 90 schools, it came from a PMI. We identified an opportunity. The market has more expertise to do that type of assessment. PMI is the private initiative in Brazil. So we should know what to ask. What can the market offer in these studies so that our projects are very appropriate? One of the companies visited the 90 schools, created a diagnosis, and that was used later for modeling purposes. And this was made available to the bidders. And the bidding process will take place on Tuesday. And the others were projects that came from the municipality. Most projects in Brazil have an entity like IDB, BNDES, the Federal Savings Bank. So there is no progress without a more mature ecosystem that will invest in every front. So that's an important landscape. We must unite efforts to make progress. Thank you. How the market received these projects. In the two experiences in Colombia, the first one, because of its characteristics, the market worked as educational operator. So it wouldn't be replicable in other contexts. The structuring in 2018 was very good market expectation, a large number of market actors interested in the project. So very well received overall in Colombia. And I believe that these projects, because of the way they were structured, they have a market and they have reach. All of them were public initiatives, and that once again, the scheme in Colombia makes it difficult for private entities to submit projects if you were talking about payment per availability. Once again, it was created for infrastructure projects. It makes it so difficult for the private initiative to submit those projects. They are better fitted for regional projects. Because of economic sustainability matters. So we need payment per availability, which makes it difficult to have private initiative proposing those projects. I think the Colombian case and the case of this type of project shows that the Colombian system would need to be revised so that it becomes more regional and to allow for projects that can be paid by availability. There is a good market environment. I believe that new projects, multi-campus projects that are being structured do have a good potential in the market, but at the same time, I believe the Colombian system makes it difficult or the idea to come from the private sector and not from the public sector. Thank you, Pablo. Matias? We need to have Matias on the screen. Oh, he had to leave. As Camila asked me that he wanted to give the floor to COC. Very quickly, I already explained how the PPP teams started identifying projects, and we got very good response from the private sector. But it's important to mention that this was only possible because the top management, the Minister Severa, without having an expertise in PPPs, had the vision to and opening to say, I want private investment. I want another alternative to close gaps in this area. So at the top levels of the government, you should get the support allowing you to innovate, because these are innovative ideas in sectors that normally don't use them. The idea is the support and the vision from the top management is important. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. As I promised, we had experiences from the whole region, and we know the problems are the same. That became clear, but perhaps we can also share experiences to look for solutions to implement PPP models for education. Thank you all. Thank you very much. We want to thank Carolina Lembo and the other panel members for their participation in this second panel. Please come to the stage to take the picture. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for them. It is time to present our third partner, disruptive technology in healthcare, transforming medical care through PPPs. Once again, I'd like to remind you that you can send your questions using the QR code on the screen. Let us welcome the moderator of panel 3, Christina Simon, Social Infrastructure Director of IDB Invest. Graduated in Madrid, Director of Social Infrastructure at IDB Invest since February 2018. She has vast experience in funding infrastructure for complex financial structure in Latin America. She will be the moderator. And this panel will be made by Solema Thomas, the Director of the National Institute of Children's Healthcare in San Borja, Peru, Dante Arce, General Manager of Sociedades Operadora de Hospitales Caelin in Peru, Harry Aldo Pilates, and Ian Cruz, Country Manager for Peru. Welcome, everyone. Come to the stage for this third panel called Disruptive Technologies in Healthcare, Transforming Medical Care through PPPs. Thank you very much for being here. It is an honor to speak about social infrastructure PPPs. I was talking to some of you during the break. We've been talking about that for over 10, 15 years, and now we see finally projects becoming a reality. After so many years working, it gives me strength to keep on working. If before we saw that schools were difficult projects, well, healthcare PPPs are 3 times as difficult. There are many models in healthcare. some with more or less challenges. But the truth of the matter is that in the region, we see more and more healthcare PPPs that are generating very positive results for the citizen. At the end of the day, that's our end goal in that type of structure. I would like to start with a question in that regard. What are the challenges? We know the challenges for the public sector, but what are the challenges for the private sector and the opportunities that PPPs present in healthcare? Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. To your question, although this model is almost 40 years old, perhaps 20 in Latin America, it's still full of challenges. We have to keep on discussing them, having panels like this. In this type of project, when you have the government as the structuring agent and the private entity, in my case, I was also in the public side of the table once. You must be able to see both sides, because at the end of the day, if we want this type of project to be successful, becoming a true partnership, a partnership that will bring benefit, you must think about both sides and you have to do it together. In my case, I had an experience not in a healthcare project, but it was rather a underwater tunnel, very complicated. But we managed to do it because there was significant communication, and we spoke about how important communication is between both parties. Significant communication between the public and the private entities. So, what are the challenges? I believe, although there are projects underway, many in the pipeline. So 40 years ago, when this all started in England, 20 years in Mexico, we have to keep on insisting in planning in order to distribute risks. Besides pilot projects, we must invest time in planning, especially with an objective in mind. And we can't allow this type of instrument to disappear. And it has to do with the financial component that these projects involve. These projects are heavily leveraged. In my case, working for a construction company in the structuring concession team, we don't have that volume of capital. We are a construction company, not a fund, not a bank, but we structure it in such a way so that we attract funds that will take fiduciary responsibility into account. So if we try and mitigate the risk, indebtedness will be the lowest possible. this fund can never be at the same level as the sovereign bonds. And normally, the Minister of Finance will normally say whether or not the project is too expensive. We must treat the project as best as we can so that funding doesn't kill the project. We must understand that in the long term, there must be value for money and the project should be profitable socially. And we start seeing the benefits of having the ideal infrastructure for 20, 30 years in the case of a hospital, for instance. We talked about water, education, but there is a fee you must pay. How's my time? In education, there are no fees to be paid. In water, there is a fee. You're not going to charge for a student who goes to a public school. In hospitals, we are talking about life. That's why we must take into account all the planning in order to achieve good results. I can talk some more about it later. Yeah, I know. We keep looking at the clock. Talking a little about benefits. The major benefits of PPPs is that they will allow to bring the private sector where the public sector is not so good. One of them is technology. How the private sector has that flexibility. They can use technology and use it efficiently in the different projects. My question to Dante, I don't know if you want to give us examples. How can technologies affect the operating efficiencies of hospitals managed under this partnership? Thank you very much for the opportunity. Our hospitals are state-of-the-art. In education, they mentioned Pata Blanca, and we started in 2014. We've been operating 2 hospital complex, level 2 and a polyclinic. And the Kailin complex, complexity 2, each with a polyclinic and 200 beds each. 250,000 insured people in each hospital. In 2014, we began with an electronic patient record. Today, this is common, but at the time that didn't exist. So the technology implemented generated problems. First, with our staff that had never managed an electronic record. The oversight institutions didn't understand the model. They had in mind the conventional model. At one point, they observed that we didn't have a file of the clinical history. It was in the cloud or in the computer. And that generated problems in the operations. Granted, electronic records are very important because of speed and reliability. I always mention the electronic records is like an open book, but you must fill it in according to the needs you have. So one single record per patient that can be seen by all of those that have access to it. Therefore, a clear topic is a primary care physician sees exactly what the cardiology did the day before. You no longer have to look for it elsewhere. We have traceability of everything that was done with each of our patients. Simultaneously, we quickly implemented our own lab systems. We incorporated that to the patient's record so that people can have quick access to the information you need. From an operation standpoint, in an emergency room, for example, having quick information is really vital, unlike other hospitals where you have to go to the lab to get results. The results, in our case, is available at the tip of your fingers. We incorporated the pharmacy, CSSD, having the information of all the instruments available in the hospital, in nosocomial infection control, for example, if there is a problem, when that material was used, where those clamps came from, what was the whole sterilization process. This helps a lot in our final results.
And so, what is the perception of the public? Well, we have almost 90% satisfaction rate with our users. We can attest to that. We've had a huge impact with our professionals. They have everything that they need. Our logistics system is also independent, so they have everything that they need in terms of the hospitals. It was pretty hard to get access back in the day, but that doesn't happen anymore. So we have that, we have the equipment available. They have access to everything that is necessary thanks to our new system, which has been implemented as far as electronic medical records. Now, in conclusion, when we started, we always said that we are going to do things different to get different results. Okay, so going back to that point of efficiency and financial sustainability for those projects, in your opinion, what are the most relevant aspects to ensure financial sustainability when it comes to hospitals that are very high cost? And it's very high cost to maintain them as well. Good afternoon. I want to thank at IDB and Proinversión for this invitation. Well, I am the General Director of the National Institute. We are going to be concluding our 9th year in operation with PPP. It's a Spanish consortium. So there are 3 consortiums in terms of cleaning, maintenance, clinical maintenance, infrastructure maintenance, as well as team, nutrition, so also solid waste. I just want to give you this context because I know that a lot of people that are in a leadership position today in our healthcare system are also listening to us. And through the Ministry of Healthcare, we had our first PPP in October 2025. We're going to complete 10 years, and that'll be the conclusion of our contract. And once again, we're going to have a call for tenders. And from the financial standpoint, I directed a hospital for over 9 years without a PPP. And today it's been 8 years where I am managing a PPP hospital. And there is a huge difference, especially when it comes to quality, to safety, to service, which is, of course, the primary objective for all of us that work in healthcare, which is to protect life. In healthcare, we see that the traditional model usually is based on a certain premise. Of course, you have to deal with the laboratory structure, but you also have to ask for an additional because the budget oftentimes is not enough. As a matter of fact, in 2005, 2014, I was working as a general director. So we were working with a budget of 47 million. And when we first started in our institute with those services, in the first years, we paid 35 million. And that is the first factor, but it is a very important factor, which is, and there is another important aspect, which is, of course, human resources. Of course, you can have all the infrastructure you want, but primarily you will need human resources. And I had over 1,000 staff in those 10 services that I mentioned. In Peru, we started with three staff. And besides that, one thing that to me is really important, besides the financing aspect, of course, we ran out of the budget. We had no budget to buy inputs and to feed patients at one point. I mean, there was no way to request an additional budget. Now we have 10-year budgets. It's intangible. So the budget comes from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And as the directors, we oversee the management process, and we are dedicated to the medical service, of course, with the supervision of that consortium in the PPP. And I have to say that no patient has had refusals in surgery. We had such complex pathologies. We have surgeries that were not done before, like liver transplants. That was done by the Ministry of Healthcare, but it wasn't done by us. So we had to operationalize 100% of our institution. And I really believe on the PPP because in less than 3 years, we managed to reach 100% lab exams. I mean, lab exams, we had 8 services. People asked for their own reagents. Now it's a different aspect. Everything is outsourced through the PPT to the PPP. So it's more than a partnership. You can do outsourcing as well. We do the call for tenders and we do simplified contracts for cleaning, for solid waste, for sterilization. So why shouldn't we continue to bet on the PPP, which is really garnering some excellent results in healthcare? Again, the quality of service, the quality of diagnosis in the institution is off the charts, zero expenditures. We offer all the inputs and they don't spend anything on the integrated insurance, on the complete health insurance. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comments. We are all major promoters and defenders of PPPs, and I also present a few challenges. Now, one of the main challenges of that type of contract is the management in and of itself. And at this point, I would like to ask about your experience as a supervisor in this type of contract and how you can suggest this to improve communication and collaboration between the different public and private institutions involved and how to best run these processes. What are some of the recommendations? Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to IDB for starting this discussion. First of all, I just want to say that these forums are like family. When we get together with our family members and we talked about our children, it's like our own children, right? So that's what it is. This is a a table where we can discuss our children, which are our projects. And just like I said in the previous panel, we are going through the same topics and we should have the same solutions. And again, thank you for the invitation. On the other hand, we have 20 years of experience in the LATAM market. Our company has over 100 years. We created the PFI and the PPP model in our own institution. So we have had some successful programs as far as social security and also infrastructure in hospitals for Bogota. And now we are in Peru with Pro Inversión. And I think that this topic has to do with governance. And more so than ever, we have had some discussions in the last few projects. At the moment, we have a PPP, which is about operation and maintenance for a hospital in El Salvador, a hospital for medical emergencies. It's a maintenance contract, and we really have to focus on the governance topic. What does that mean? That means that we have to structure our projects in the execution step, and we begin to find some problems with the entity that is in charge of the contract execution, the operator and the user of the contract, which is the hospital, which is the beneficiary, and then you start having problems between those actors. So what are some of the strategies that we have? And by the way, we applaud the Ministry of Finances for leading this process. Number one, we have to specialize in certain projects. This is absolutely for certain because those projects are more complex that are projects that have a higher complexity level. You cannot put a race car driver in a completely new car with a technology that he has never seen. So the ministries have to get ready for the innovation. And I think one of the strategies that already exist is this alignment that we have, which obligates the ministries to create this structure. We are on the way. We have to accelerate it, of course, because entities already have this responsibility and they have to improve their capabilities to understand what it is in a PPP and also the abilities to manage a process, which is different things. However, we are doing some important improvements as we do with these technical commissions for follow up. This is a contract that enables you to put together a table that has some obligations, and you have to send a person in charge of the entity, someone who is going to be in charge of operating the project, a person in charge of the agency. And so in this commission, we give the minimum profile. We, we give them capabilities to be able to make decisions, and we also give them instructions so that they can start to solve the problems and, run the daily operations. And you have some daily aspects that are some daily occurrences in hospitals in the administration level. They become distant at times. And finally, I think that one important strategy that we are also including here is the thing about systems. Now, we have more systems that enable us to have more incidents, the CHEs and cows and different platforms that we are putting in the contracts that enable us to follow up the different occurrences, those become much more simple, and we can, simplify the process quite a bit because you have the system, you have the data, so you can definitely save some time. And all of that stays in the platform. So in this way, we are improving our new contracts and the way that we can do governance. Well, this is a key topic, manage that type of process. We talked about how complex it is to move forward, to adjudicate this type of contract is really a challenge. You really have to manage close to close to the chest. And I think this is a process that becomes ever more relevant. So going back to you, I think you are in a key position, not only here in Peru, Sulema, but also different countries in the region. We have a lot of people from LATAM listening to us right now. So we would love to have your perspective in terms of what lessons you have learned, what are some of the best practices that can be applied to the new projects that are just getting started. Yes, absolutely. Lessons learned. Well, there are many. And within those lessons is, for example, reducing the waiting for surgery, the waiting period for surgery for these patients. In a traditional model, you have to consider the anesthetics. You might not operate in a certain room. And if that happens, many children will not go through surgery. And we are talking years. Now, these days is different through a better maintenance of our equipment, through a better process with the PPPs. Our equipment is undergoing constant assessment and evaluation. And so with that, no patient becomes, you know, is left out from surgery. So it's really important to reduce that time, to reduce also the mortality rate in that sense, because if we stop operating, if we don't operate a child that has heart conditions because we don't have the necessary equipment, because we don't have the proper gurney, or we don't have the right place for the post-op, well, in this case, it's a real problem. So with the PPPs, they have to solve that in less than 24 hours. And indeed, within the clinical maintenance of equipment and within the infrastructure, we see that there is a very important relationship. There is a very important opportunity to have a consortium, to have PPPs, and all the same, we were talking about the lab exams. I know that in our country, we talk a lot about exams. I have over 134 exams of outsourced labs. However, early in the very beginning, at some points, we started for the first time a PPP, and we had a controversy because that was the first time we were managing PPPs and all these services. We brought the experience of Virgil, which is an institution without a PPP involved. And at that moment, we managed to shorten the waiting period. And that type of thing really enables us to be more effective and, more caring to our patients. So, yes, absolutely. I want to make this clear. And I want to say to you that we have had some issues in that contract. And by the way, thank you, Pro Inversión, precisely because of it, because of the lessons learned. We definitely learned quite a bit given the contract issues we faced. In 2025, we're going to have another call for tenders, and we're going to reassess the model to see which one was the most successful one so that we can close contracts with more confidence in a more objective way. So with that, other hospitals like emergency hospitals in El Salvador, including how we can go about that process. And these setbacks really they really hold us, they really make us feel stuck when it comes to solving problems in the emergency department. We did this many years, so why shouldn't we do the PPPs on all the new hospitals as we had it in Niño de San Borja? Niño de San Borja was delivered with full structure, full equipment. So yeah, as far as lessons learned, what comes to mind is that in order to have good infrastructure and equipment maintenance, the PPPs have to be in charge of procurement as well, because we did have some problems. Ideally, the consortium should put together the team across the board, and the Ministry of Healthcare works with the equipment as well. But then you have to consider the maintenance time and also the time that it takes for the equipment to be discontinued. I mean, so many different lessons that we learned that we can highlight here. With regards to quality service and quality and opportunities, I do have to mention that, one other topic that is really important to mention with regards to our country, and I do have to say that with regards to transparency. I mean, the contract lasts for 10 years. So we don't have, like I said, there is no corruption in this matter. One of the very important factors is to be accountable, for sure. Well, that is a great lesson indeed. No question. So, Dante, going back to you, in your opinion, what are some of the main factors that contribute to the time of execution in those projects? What are some of the main regions, some of the main reasons for you to do a quick development? Well, I think that the answer is very simple. It's risk transference, because we assume all the risks, we take all the risks, and of course, we are very much interested in abiding by the deadline, by the deadline, pardon me. So again, with the PPP format, we do the equipment implementation and maintenance. So we do everything end to end. And when it comes to the construction period, when the construction starts, the teams that would be involved in that side of the operation, all the stakeholders have, some follow up. They have some interface to make sure that there is continuity, to make sure that we are connected by the same thread. And with that, we didn't have any major issues. I mean, we did have some adjustments, we did have some changes midway through the process, but none of them were of huge impact. And afterwards, after we laid the first brick on April 30, 2012, by that time in 2014, we were simultaneously opening two hospitals and two clinics. And of course, the objective at the end of the day, we had the finance come up, we had the funding come up when the hospitals started to operate and the clinics began to pay that capital. Everything went smoothly. So the financing was done actually by the company at that time. Obviously, we are very interested on continuing to make this type of investment. And of course, afterwards, there is a whole process, there's a different process which the law allows for. And evidently, we started to reduce costs. We made a bet. And we do that on the national level as well when it comes to primary care. I mean, in healthcare, this is very well known. Everyone talks about that. And this access, in terms of service and healthcare is very primary. So the cost is very elevated in the primary setting as well. For the population overall, 30% of the demand on healthcare is catered on a primary level, on a primary service. So in that model, in the first 10 years, this is precisely what we are doing. And so those clinics that are catered to by, family physicians, these are general practitioners that overall see to 65% of the demand of our insurees. And the other percentage, the remainder of it, is seen to by the hospitals. So with that, our projects can be elaborated in such a way that the clinic can have a high capability, and hospitals will have what they can deal with, and that becomes less complex. Our processes became better, we improved, and the company right out of the gate, they made a bet on being the best. And the only way to do that was to do things very well. And I really remember that in 2014, we started working and we were looking for an international accreditation to precisely say, hey, you guys are good, you have a high level of service. And we attained that. We were able to get it. In terms of health, we have international accreditations. And afterwards, in 2019, the clinics, as a matter of fact, the clinics worked individually to get their own certification. And a few months later, we were, providing services to people's homes, and other hospitals actually were able to attain the same certification. So we can say that those two hospitals and those two clinics of home service, they got that certification. So we were really elated in Peru because with this accreditation, we can attest that we went through the quality process. We have great safety track record, and that shows in the satisfaction surveys as well. Now, not only do we assess processes as such, in a technical perspective, but also you have to consider infrastructure and maintenance, just like it was said before. To provide a good service, we need to have good coverage. We need to cover all the systems. They don't depend only on physicians, but also the nursing staff. We need the logistics in place. We need inputs, medication. We need to have a great infrastructure in place to make sure that the teams are well equipped, to make sure that the equipment is working, and it has to be 100%. And after a while, we can tell you that 99.9% of the equipment is working perfectly. So if you don't have a budget allocated to that, it becomes more difficult, of course, but we are able to make it work. And we do hope that with all this challenge, we can attain the same results given the limitations. Absolutely. Thank you. Now, going back to the topic that we were discussing previously, that we started the panel with, I would like to understand your vision about that. I mean, it's really relevant, even though we've had some previous example, but supervising that type of contract is really crucial. And of course, how can you contribute as a supervisor for that management? Because a lot of times we see supervisor as some like a go-between kind of character, not the most positive image. But how can you help and contribute to make sure that this management is productive? Sure. I think people listening should have the clearest opinion from a supervising perspective. You know, we are always we're always trying to be people think we are trying to put failures in things, we are trying to call them out. You have supervisors, of course, that leave things unseen and they have to, add some new requirements afterwards. But what does it mean to do a good supervision? With regards to the contract, there are two things, which is the complexity of the project and the long-term aspect. What happens for a public institution in the long run? I mean, so what happens with supervision? You want to generate good traceability. You want to make it traceable. So you want to have a company that is specialized, that can trace this project, that can analyze all of that. Now in public administration, we do have a turnaround, but we want to strike a balance between the information of operators and the executors, so to say. Now, number two, there is a lot of literature with regards to that. We see that IDB also has some great documentation where they detail all of those opinions to be able to hire supervisors and the advantages in being in such position and the risk and having a supervisor to keep tabs on the contracts. So this is something that we have to do. So the important thing is what we have to do, because supervision in and of itself, it doesn't start with contractual supervision. It starts with the structuring of the contract. So you have to consider good indicators and also the payment mechanism. So from the definition of incentives, both positive and negative, for that supervisor. That is important. And we start from there. So in the traceability systems, they are going to improve the way that you monitor a contract. For example, a contract that is about medication distribution for certain key aspects, some key points. And of course, we have to establish a sampling logic. We have to, consider different situations and different events. And it's really important to consider those elements so that we have a better supervision. And number two, you also have to have a good definition of the supervisor. So what happened in greenfields, for example, we see that entities, they can define a prior way, those designs, they can consult with a contractor. Of course, the contract is not a construction contract per se. It's a PPP. There is a supervisor that oversees that project. So what should we measure? The development of that construction site, and for this much, we're going to have PPPs for that. So all of that includes risk. And from the call for tenders, if the definition was not correct, we'll probably have to deal with it, and there's probably going to be a poor outcome. Now, in execution, for example, when it comes to the execution side, I think it's really important because the state, through that supervisor, they transfer that responsibility. It's about verifying what was established in the contract, and if that is right or not. It's important for the state to not outsource that responsibility through the supervisor. The state is still the one responsible. The state is still the actor in charge of making decisions as far as mechanisms to check for any controversies. So there are many controversies. So, of course, with a direct contract, whether it's with experts or not, you do have to make that decision. When the state thinks that the state, the supervisor is actually replacing the state, then it's a problem. It has to be very clear in the contract. Those obligations have to be very evident. You need indicators of supervisors. All those issues have to be crystal clear. All of that role has to be clear. The state cannot delegate the governance of a certain contract. So, are we supervisors? Yes. And how can we manage the services? We have to think about all the elements we have to leave from the contract all the way to the selection process, all the way to follow up and monitoring so that we can have great results when it comes to what the state expects.
I think we only have time for one more question, and this is the last panel. Luis, I have a question to you. I'm going to put you on the spot. For these projects being structured, when you analyze them, when you say we're going to bid that project, what do you base your decisions on? What are the minimum requirements and what are the red flags? In a project, sometimes you have 4 to 5 bidders, and another one you don't have any. So, could you share your experience with us? We are a company that wants to make money. So the budget should have a reasonable margin, but obviously we don't want to run at a loss. We don't want to start a project and believe that we might need to go over budget. That's where our engineers come in. That's the first red flag is budget. CapEx and construction, we can involve operations. In operations, we deal not only with the finance, but also the services. Even bringing an operating partner. And we are currently building 3 hospitals in Chile. And for instance, we are in charge of maintenance. So that reduces risk in the project. And that attracts us, and I believe other competitors as well. If we see a risk matrix where you don't respect a force majeure, that's complicated. If the matrix is not clear about the land where it's going to be built, when the government is your partner, the license is involved because you have to comply and conclude the project within the given deadline. So these are variables that we see, that we measure to decide whether or not we go in. Thank you. I want to thank everyone. Lots of interesting lessons. It's just an appetizer for our meeting next year. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Christina Simon and our panel members for their invaluable participation in the last panel. Let us take our picture. Thank you very much. We want to take this opportunity to greet and thank Vice Minister of Finance from Peru, Carlos Alberto Gonzalez. We're getting close to the end. We want to thank all of you and all of those online for your interest and commitment on these important topics like sustainable development of sanitation, the improvement of education through PPPs, and transforming medical care through PPPs. For final reflections, I want to invite to the stage the Congressman Tania Ramirez, presiding this special commission Pro Inversión at the Parliament. Let us hear it for her. Thank you very much. As president of the Pro Inversión Committee at the Congress, we are a commission where we try and talk to the parties. As we heard before, there are moments because due to the lack of articulation and communication, projects do not move forward. So this commission I chair always tries to put pro inversión and all sectors involved to discuss their project. And finally, I would like to emphasize that having this type of event allows us to improve based on past experiences, and it also presents a challenge to civil servants and authorities. Without clear communication and the idea that PPPs will allow us to leverage our infrastructure in healthcare, education, transport, we will always have poor services to our citizens without the PPP. So we do have a major challenge as authorities, as civil servants. Peru is a country of open doors for private investment. The legal framework guarantees investments in our country, and there are rules that can be studied, and we want to contribute for the development of the country. I want to thank all the organizers, those that were responsible for organizing this event. We will always be present because the success of the PPPs will be the success of our country and that of Latin America. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Maria Susana Morales, General Director of Investment Promotion for the Ministry of Finance in Peru. Good afternoon. I'll try and be brief because I know that I'm the only person keeping you from having lunch. It is an honor to participate in this event where we shared experiences, where we realized once again that the problems that we face as a region are the same, and perhaps working together, we can get to similar solutions to improve the lives of our citizens in Latin America. As the minister mentioned, PPPs are not only a tool to close gaps, but a way to generate economic growth. In that regard, at the Ministry of Economics and Finance, we are working on the new plan for sustainable infrastructure supported by the IDB, and we want to generate projects that will generate economic growth and pathways of growth in the different regions of the country. The gap that we have in sanitation, water, healthcare, and education involve more than 160 billion soles. So we have a long way to go. At the Ministry of Economics in 2023-2024, we made changes to the legislation to attack problems such as operations and maintenance projects of hospitals, simplifying projects. Besides, we have simplified projects or projects that involve a lower amount of money. As we heard in different panels, we are implementing workshops for the management and execution of projects that are called PMOs. The IDB is also supporting us for the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Energy and Mines, but we're also working with other ministries. And we hope that these workshops will provide continuity to PPPs. And when those contracts are ready to be executed, they will not be new to the sector. The IDB is also supporting us with the training of the people at the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Finance, Pro Inversión, with best practices for PPPs. From the Ministry of Finance, a little while ago, we approved a help that the Ministry of Finance will offer sectors that have important agendas. Sometimes they represent more than the original amount of the PPP, and they didn't have the support of a specialty agency like a structuring agency or a law firm that might help them. So we're also working on that to support the different sectors, allowing those projects to move forward. Our commitment is to coordinate along with Pro Inversión and other sectors and multilateral institutions to keep on promoting projects that will help us close the gaps in this country. Thank you very much. We want to thank Maria Susana Morales from the Ministry of Finance from Peru. Now, let us listen to Emerson Castro Hidalgo, Director of Portfolios and Projects at Pro Inversión. Hello, good afternoon. Once again, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I want to greet you once again. I want to congratulate Peru for hosting this event in 2025. I want to congratulate the different presenters from the public and private initiative. It was a very dynamic session sharing ideas. As Maria Susana said, the importance of strengthening the promotion of foreign investment. This should be quick and effective to implement projects. we must generate effective participation hand in hand with the support of the top management. If the top management doesn't buy the idea, we won't go very far. What else? Sanitation, cross-cutting sectors that we discussed today. We heard about land in different sectors. I think we are working to improve that. Legislation. PPP is working very well in Lima, but we have a task to develop those in other parts of the country. All our brothers from different regions also need that. And that's very urgent. And we have a pending debt in that regard. And we need a good operator. PPP is not to privatize. An operator that will help, and the state has to be a partner for the project to be executed within the deadline. I believe the main idea is to strengthen the education department, and the same for the APP MINSA, the creation of a management unit. The key topic is to dedicate enough time to acquire the land. Management simplification. I think it has worked in large infrastructures, and we must provide training to the necessary people. In order to close the main gaps. I think we have to trust the system. We must advance our governance with everyone's support, and it should generate sustainability for needy communities. Thank you very much. I want to thank Emerson Castro Hidalgo. And finally, I want to invite Miguel Coronado, manager of the Departamento de Países del Grupo Andino from IDB. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to share this moment with all of you. Today, we are closing this important event, and I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all panel members and participants present here or online. Thank you for all your contributions. All the experiences and opinions shared are key to keep on implementing changes. To learn from previous lessons, I would like to start with the first reflections we had with the introduction from the Ministry of Economics and Finance, the director of Pro Inversión, contextualizing the opportunity and the demand that there is, the opportunity to make these investments to promote economic growth in our countries, where infrastructure is a major driver and PPPs are present. And today we are not just talking about how to promote infrastructure, but what are the quality level and what is the level of service. This is something that matured as countries evolved in their implementation of the legal framework, dividing and sharing the different risks, providing quality services to the population. I would like to emphasize some conclusions after everything we heard. In panel number 1, we discussed an important focus to develop PPPs in water and sanitation in the region. Panel members shared invaluable experiences from other countries, as is the case of Brazil, that implemented innovative solutions. These experiences show us how PPPs can promote efficiency in water use and improve access to sanitation, ensuring environmental sustainability. In panel number 2, panel members showed that the investment in education infrastructure is a key strategy to raise the bar in education. For everyone, the dialogue was quite rich. We all realize we share the same problems. It's also important that we move from the discussion of infrastructure per se to quality and the different levels of quality that are required today as we implement and execute these projects. So PPPs are an efficient model contributing with the right operation and maintenance of our schools. In the case of Peru, we see how that progression took place. It took time, but we also see the advances and how the private sector was an engine and today is participating to get to our children, because after all, we want to provide them quality education services. Finally, in panel number 3, we discussed how efficient resource management and risk transfer can transform healthcare in the region. It is important to see, as we heard from the different panel members, granted, many challenges were faced where we are operating and maintaining, but also providing quality and efficient services with traceability. We should be aware of the challenges faced by the population. So each panel member shared a different model, giving us different perspectives, not only on how to have an efficient and quality system, but how to distribute different risks, having the long-term funding for a service. We are thinking of a long-term funding structure that will guarantee that efficiency passing from one government to another without interference. I think it's important to emphasize innovation. That explains why PPPs are relevant and why the private sector is participating and why the private sector brings us innovation to achieve efficiencies and return on the investment and the provision of quality services. Today's conversations identified opportunities so that we can make progress in our mission as an institution, which is to improve lives at the end of the day. And we want to keep on backing up Peru to strengthen the economic and social recovery, and above all, to promote the improvements in the business environment for investment, allowing them to have sustainable growth. In the last panel, we heard topics of transparency. It becomes key. It becomes clear that this is a tool that allows us today to plan in the long term, having a methodology being able to serve the population, meeting their basic needs. I believe that private investment through APP, so PPPs is one of the most important pillars to achieve our goals, especially in social areas that require large investments to close infrastructure gaps. And only with public investments, it would be impossible to cope with our task. So here we must consider how to have a country with greater growth and with a population with social opportunities at different levels. I think the discussion was very rich today in the three panels because we look for human quality. We want all countries in the region to benefit from these systems, benefiting from public investment. All the investment that a country requires to develop economically and socially. So thank you very much. And I hope to see you in PPP Talks 2025 on November 13. It was called PPP Talks 2, Sustainable Alliances Financing an Inclusive Future. Thank you very much. Miguel Coronado from IDB. Thank you very much. I'd like to remind you, if you want more information about our meeting in 2025, you can scan the QR code that will appear on the screen. It was an honor for me to host this event. Thank you very much for your attention. Hope to see you soon. Have a pleasant afternoon.